That intro music is too spooky. I need to fix that. We're gonna find some new intro music. Or, like, put together a different MP3 of, like, good stuff that's shuffled or something. I think. Okay, so I've been thinking about our last stream, and we took a look at conservative media and the amount of non-binary representation in anti-trans propaganda. And I think our methodology was flawed in a couple of big ways. The first is that we were looking at like a short slice of time. Because we were just searching for trans on like a particular channel and then picking the most recent videos. The most recent 10 videos, in fact. So we were getting multiple clips from like a single program. And then the other problem is that because we're sorting by time and not popularity, we're not getting what audiences are actually engaging with. So we're not going to be measuring how this media is impacting people. Like, we're not going to know. We're only measuring what the creators are putting out, not what is actually resonating with the audiences. So I think we're going to start over. We're going to measure by popularity instead. And we're going to go through and increase our sample size to 20. So, unfortunately, all of this is garbage. But it's okay. We had fun. And we learned some stuff. That's how this works. So now we're going to go back to the Daily Wire and we're going to start from scratch. So looking at the top 20, no, most popular 20 trans-related videos for popular conservative channels on YouTube. To determine whether conservative anti-trans propaganda is focused on transgenderism as a whole or non-binary people. Okay. All right, so now we go to the Daily Wire.
The people.
And we go to popular. We're going to skip trailers. And we're going to skip anything that's not trans related. And then we're going to get 20 videos. This might take a while. I don't know how far we'll have to scroll to get 20 of them. I would imagine not that far, but I guess we'll see. Ben Shapiro, Confederate statues, nope. Jeremy's chocolate, probably not. Transgenderism, there we go. Yep. We got 3. Okay, we're going to change this to trans-centered videos, just to exclude the ones that we might accidentally pass over because they're not mentioned in the title. New Yorkers shocked by real Joe Biden quotes. What is a woman? Yep. Abortion argument. Unraveling narrative. Snow White and the Queen. Fauci unmasked. Shapiro fights with his wife. Hurricane Shapiro. This is queer stuff, but I don't think this counts as trans. I don't think they'll. I'm not going to click on that one. There's one. There's less of them than I thought. I guess it really is true that audiences like don't care as much about trans stuff as conservatives want them to. Abortion, Tucker Carlson, AOC, Candace Owens, Avengers. Yeah, the trans stuff isn't what gets the views. Because they had lots of trans stuff. Okay, here's one. Okay, are we counting this as a trailer? That's the question. Hmm. We'll watch it and then we'll decide if it counts. If it's got like actual commentary in it, then maybe. If it's not just promoting the movie. It has to have some kind of prescription in it for it to count as propaganda. I think. I can't believe how little we're finding. This is crazy. Raising her daughter genderless. Okay, here we go. We're gonna get a non-binary thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 7 so far. We need 13 more. Oh, here's one. Oh man, I want to watch that. That's going in watch later. Hello, welcome to chat. Right now we are surveying. Yeah. Right now we're surveying conservative propaganda to find the amount of non-binary representation in in their anti-trans coverage. We're gonna get 20 videos from the most popular videos from each channel, which is turning out to be harder than I thought. It turns out anti-trans stuff is a lot less popular than conservatives want it to be. Hello, gigglers. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we still need 12 more. It's crazy. There's like no trans stuff. Here's another one. We're not counting Lady Ballers because that's a trailer. I guess we'll get 10 and then we'll go through those and then we'll get 10 more. Yep, nothing here. This might be trans related. We'll open that just to check. Okay, let's go through what we got so far.
So you've come out against the rioters in Charlottesville and all their violence and bigotry.
Yep.
The leaders of the Charlottesville rally were empowered by the rhetoric and agenda of Donald Trump and a lot of his associates as they've come out in the Vice documentary and claimed. You've not only said controversial things, but you've had a couple of attacks against the trans community, transphobic attacks, even your call for the transfer of Palestinians, which I don't know if you've redacted that.
Yeah, I redacted that like 8, 9
I just
years ago.
wanted to make
Yep.
sure. I wanted to ask you. No, I'm just learning about Ben.
No, really, that's fine.
Here.
That's fine.
But even with that, do you feel that a lot of your speech could incite the same kind of violence?
I mean, you heard my
Donald
speech
Trump-
tonight. Do you feel that my speech could incite violence?
Well,
I mean that seriously. That's an honest question.
I know you're asking honestly. I feel that for me, as an individual, it isn't, but I could see how a lot of your points I really disagreed with. I literally have a list of
And that's
questions
fine. I mean,
have
that's
for
the good
you.
part, right? Where we disagree and we can have a conversation.
I just was wondering in terms of, and what I mean by inciting violence is encouraging the same people who believe in like your transphobic beliefs, even that like homophobia is a sin based on your religious beliefs. Do you believe that because of what you say, you can encourage a lot of people to act on those beliefs?
So I have a very strong standard with regard to incitement, and I'm very consistent about this. If I'm not telling somebody to commit violence, I'm not inciting them to violence. I've held the standard for Barack Obama when he was saying anti-police things, and then somebody went and shot up some police officers in Dallas. I said that's not Barack Obama's fault. When a Bernie Sanders supporter went and shot up a congressional baseball game, I said that's not Bernie Sanders' fault because Bernie Sanders wasn't calling for that. Political debate requires that you talk to people, and people take your words as what they mean, not as an excuse to go and do violence. I've never called for violence, nor would I. As far as the idea that my words are some sort of attack, a violent attack, for example, on folks who are
Okay, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna say he's not talking about NB people in this conversation. Same as before, people are gonna be welcome to review this and correct me on anything. This is open to peer review. I'll be sharing a link. Actually, I'll just share it now in chat. Hold on. Oh, that's the wrong link. Okay, if that link doesn't work, let me know. No, this is just for fun.
Human being, and you're a human being.
This isn't like freelance or like academic work or anything. I'm just curious. It's kind of to respond to some arguments from transmedicalists. I'm building kind of a anti-transmedicalist research doc. And one of the arguments is that non-binary people are the ammunition that conservatives use to cause trans people to lose their rights. And I'm just trying to evaluate that by taking a look at conservative propaganda and seeing what they're actually focusing on. Okay, cool.
Being with an issue that I wish you Godspeed in dealing with in whatever way you see fit. But if you are going to dictate to me that I'm supposed to pretend that men are women and women are men, no. My answer is no. I'm not going to modify basic biology because it threatens your subjective sense of what you are.
Okay, but you're still saying these kids should not be accepted because they don't really fit in either place? They can't just
I'm saying that the Boy Scouts have a standard. You must be a biological boy to be a Boy Scout. You have to be a boy to be a Boy Scout.
Where's that written though? Okay.
In the name Boy Scouts. Because this is a very because for all of human history, boy meant boy and girl meant girl. Boy did not mean girl.
People are breaking our same-sex culture.
And if I call you a moose, are you suddenly a moose? Okay, if I redefine our term.
Okay. I've also seen this one before, so I know that they don't talk about NB people in this one.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I just had a question about a comment you made at the beginning about transitioning from male to female or otherwise.
Yes.
You've talked a lot tonight about how important it is to let people believe what they want to believe and how the government and us have no say telling people what they should think or what they should be able to say. I just wanted to ask, what's the harm, if somebody's going to be a happier person?
Yeah, so how I'm doing it is I'm sorting by popularity on the video page on X channel. So right now we're looking at Daily Wire Plus. We go to videos and then we sort by popularity, and we're just scrolling through each thing to look for anything that is, as I'm describing, as trans-centered. So like anything that's obviously trans from the thumbnail and title. I guess we'll open Lady Ballers too, and we're just getting the first 20 videos that we find that match that description. It's not the most rigorous methodology, but this isn't like an academic setting, it's just kind of for our curiosity.
Person because they say that they're a man or a woman, what's the harm in just letting them do it?
I'm not in favor of government banning people who are adults. Children I'm in favor of banning because now you're talking about somebody who's not capable of consent. Right? All of our laws are based on the ability of people to consent. If you're a child, you can't consent. So I'm very much in favor of banning gender transition for kids. I think that it's frankly evil. I think you're making decisions for children who are not capable of making decisions for themselves that are permanent and have long-lasting, significant, and severe impact. As far as adults, if you're 25 and you want to get a sex change surgery and you feel like it's going to make you feel better, you have the right to do it. You do. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I mean, the research on this stuff tends to be somewhat conflicting, but if it works for you, it works, right? It's a free country. Now, that's really not the question that's being asked in our society today, because I don't think there are that many people who are like, we want to ban gender surgery for a 30-year-old. I'm not seeing the campaign for that. What I am seeing is a campaign on the left that says that my child is going to be removed from my home 10 years from now if I don't agree with the left's view of how I should treat my child's gender confusion at age 4. I see the left suggesting that they want to fine me if I refuse to say that a man is a woman as a general proposition. Right? If I say that
Yeah, this is just about transgenderism.
No, the interview's over.
We
Please
want
turn
to
off
know
the cameras.
what is a woman.
Please turn off the cameras.
The documentary that we're about to watch explores the hot button issues of transgenderism,
What somebody else's truth is might not be my truth.
gender dysphoria,
Oh.
and gender reassignment surgery.
So seeking the truth is bias?
Do you think this film is going to make some people upset?
Absolutely.
There are more than two genders.
Absolutely not. No, that's not true.
The education
No,
system.
they're not.
Oh my gosh, when I have to share my bathroom when I take my granddaughter,
No. Of course it's not okay.
what box do you live in?
I have chicken, I have rooster, it's it.
This isn't Europe.
Somebody paying like this. A man.
This is America.
Oh my gosh.
Oops. Yeah. Gender affirming care is shown to improve the quality of life. That's true. Drastically so. Even just like basic acceptances. So if we're counting this, I would put it in transgenderism. My only qualm is I'm not sure if I should include trailers, because this is basically just a trailer. It's like advertising propaganda, but is it itself propaganda? I don't know. I'm tentatively including it.
And it's time that this stuff needs to end. We need men and women to step up and say, stop this nonsense.
Yeah, this one's about a former trans dude.
The first time that it happened, I lived 8 years as Laura Jensen until I woke up
No.
and realized that it was totally insane to live this out. The first time that it happened in the 50s was Christy.
Okay. Yeah, this is about a binary trans person.
Having watched the film, if you
Okay, no, yeah, this is why we're skipping trailers, because we're gonna get multiples of the same thing. And that feels like cheating.
Kate Hudson is now doing the trendy thing. I love when we get to learn how actresses are raising their children, because that's who I would look to raise my kids, are people who read lines for other people. So Kate Hudson is embracing a genderless approach when it comes to raising daughter Rani Rose. The 39-year-old actress who welcomed her first child with boyfriend Danny Fujikawa in October recently opened up about her parenting style with 3-month-old Rani in a new interview with AOL. First of all, you can't raise your kid.
Okay, this is genderless, so this is by definition non-binary.
There is a transgender track star, which is to say a genetic male named CeCe Telfer. CeCe Telfer was apparently a middling sprinter as a male. Now, CeCe Telfer considers himself...
Notice how they'll call everyone a transgender. They don't do it to, like, college she-theys with pink hair and, like, who only socially transition and don't seek medical care. They'll do it to everybody. They'll do it to, like, normative, like, binary trans people. They don't differentiate it at all. They don't care. Transmeds are, like, so in a bubble. It's so strange.
A transgender woman, and he competes on the Franklin Pierce University track team. Not surprisingly, he is now world class because he is running against women. So here's what CeCe Telfer says, no, you understand.
Thank you, Ben.
So the quick thing that I hate today comes courtesy of some Australian show, I guess, where there's a guy named Genuine. Are you aware who this Genuine fellow is? So I guess Genuine is some sort of singer. I guess that he is famous for what song did he do? Okay, thank you. Say it louder because I missed it. He did. Ride My Pony. Ride My Pony. Okay, from Genuine. He's an American singer, songwriter, and dancer. Whenever I do a pop culture reference like this, I immediately have to check Wikipedia because I have no idea who these people are. But he apparently did a show in Australia where he was seated next to a transgender woman, meaning a man who says that he is a woman, and this ridiculousness ensued.
You know, guys have chatted me up not knowing my past, but then as soon as they find out, whoa, I'm a woman, right? Okay. Forget about any T's or anything in front of it. I'm just a woman, okay?
Right.
I don't know if you've seen Chappelle's special, but Chappelle's new special is insanely politically incorrect. I mean, incredibly so. He mocks his own audience for being too woke. There's one point where he says, in the middle of the special, he says, I'm going to do an imitation. And then he says, you tweeted something bad 5 years ago, and now I'm going to come after you and destroy your career. Who am I? And everybody thinks, oh, well, you know, that's the media. And he says, that's you. That's all of you. And that's right. I mean, Chappelle is correct about this. Chappelle also calls out in specific. I mean, he specifically calls out the LGBTQ lobbying organizations for going after comedians and for trying to destroy their careers. And he specifically cites the Kevin Hart situation. He very hilariously states that Kevin Hart, who's known for years, is basically a perfect human being, well, 4 tweets shy of perfect. And he talks about Kevin Hart's career basically being destroyed, or at least significantly damaged at the height of his career aspirations to host the Oscars by the woke scolds. And then he talks at length, he does a riff about abortion. And his riff about abortion ends up being kind of pro-life. And he says that he doesn't care whether a woman has an abortion, but if it's the woman's choice and only the woman's choice, then men shouldn't have to pay for the child support, which is a very common argument that is made by sort of cynical pro-lifers. And then he says, or maybe we have the logic of this whole thing entirely wrong. Black man who makes jokes about abortion and LGBTQ lobbying organizations. Why? Because critics are no longer reviewing the quality of an act. Instead, they're reviewing the wokeness of an act, which is how...
Okay, this isn't centered around trans people. Alright, so we've only got 7 so far. We still need 13 more videos. We're definitely not going to be finishing this project in one stream. So we'll probably end up breaking this up like with gameplay in between bouts of this project. This might be like a whole arc. Alright, so what else do we have? I wish there were better sorting options on YouTube. Yeah, I'm going to be covering other channels. I'll finish Daily Wire tonight, and I might finish another channel as well. Like, I'll probably do Ben Shapiro next. But then we want to do, like, Steven Crowder. We want to do Matt Walsh independently. We want to... I don't know what other, like, popular conservative channels there are on YouTube. We're going to do, like, a few of them. I want to get the big ones. As wide a selection as possible, I would prefer. Man, this is wild. I expected to find more. Because when you search for trans on the channel, there's a ton. I could do find in page, but I don't want to just search for the titles. I'm looking for like cultural indicators as well. Also, the titles get truncated. Okay, here's one. Yeah, the browser has find in page. I don't want to use it though. To be honest, I expected to find more of like Dylan Mulvaney's stuff. I'm losing my mind. Maybe I will use the search function, I don't know. I'd have to change the method, like I'd have to go back then if I'm doing a methodology like that. Because I would want to be consistent. Oh well, I guess I'm just gonna keep going. We'll put some music on. Yeah, it's the Celeste soundtrack. It's an awesome soundtrack. Oh, here's one. We got two. Yeah, I've been playing Lies of P. I played a little bit on stream, and I've been playing it on my Steam Deck on lunch. It's really fun so far. It's basically like Bloodborne, but with Pinocchio. I'll probably play some more soon on stream. Who developed it? It's a new developer. Let's see. NeoWiz. I think they only made like one game before this. It was like some kind of MMO or something. They're like a Korean company. It's a cool ass game. It's very pretty. Oops, we don't want that. Unspecified gender, that might be trans-related. Trans-related? Potentially. It's just another trailer. Oh, here's one. Here's another one. There's another one. You got COVID, patriotic education, peace, BLM, Antifa, the radical left, end of America, Great Leap Backwards, CNN, vaccine scientist, Mueller, Obama, coronavirus, anti-Semitism, fake news, women are overpaid. Where's the trans stuff? Where's the cream filling? Oh, here's one. All right, let's look at what we have so far. We've got a couple of things, so we can look at this. Let's see what we got.
Democrats defend Louis Farrakhan. President Trump brings burgers to the White House. And we get into Gillette's controversial commercial. I'm Ben Shapiro. This is The Ben Shapiro Show. Well, happy birthday to me, and I'm spending it here with you, so congratulations to me, I guess. But you know what? It's going to be awesome, because we're going to be here together. We'll suffer through my show together. It'll be great. And by the end, you'll be enlightened and amused. There may be laughter. There might be tears. So much coming up for you. But we begin today, before I get to the news, with a reminder. If you're going to send me a birthday present, you should use Stamps.com. And let's be real about this. I expect a birthday present. I mean, for all that I bring you each year, I don't mean to guilt you like your mother, but come on, guys. Anyway, Stamps.com is the way that you can send any package, not just birthday packages, to me. You want to use Stamps.com. Stamps.com service with a
Jesus Christ.
The name of this room. I've actually been in this room. I know, name dropping a little bit. I've actually been in this room. President Trump is...
All right. It's a long ass thing. We're looking at the transcript. What?
Despite rising gender equity in other fields. But what has this overwhelmingly male workforce accomplished? Banks and brokerage firms consistently rank rock bottom on lists of the most beloved. I think it's Federalist 78. Alexander Hamilton talks specifically about what happens when the judiciary becomes a political body. He says it would actually...
Oh, too quiet? My bad.
...remove the reason for there being a separate judiciary if the judiciary were to act in this way. That has not stopped the judiciary from acting in precisely this way. It's really ugly and it's really terrible.
Can't talk fast enough. Okay,
Meanwhile,
I'll
speaking
turn
of
it up.
illegal activity, there's a lot of talk over the last 48 hours about the possibility of TSA officials striking. In the New York Times, author Barbara Ehrenreich and former labor official Gary Stevenson actually called on...
Okay, so he doesn't actually mention trans people in this at all. I feel misled.
Hey, so how bad is cancel culture? Cancel culture is so bad that we have now canceled acting and also research. These are a couple things that we have canceled. But don't worry, it doesn't exist. And if you mention it exists, then you are a threat to somebody else's safety. You're a threat to somebody else's safety. So how do we just cancel acting? Well, we've had in the past, couple of years, several high-profile actresses who have been told that they are not allowed to play trans people. That if you want to cast a trans person, the person has to be trans. So in other words, let's say that you want to play a trans man, which means a biological woman who believes that she is a male. Let's say that you want to play that, and you're a biological woman, which seems like it checks most of the marks for playing a biological woman. Like last I checked, playing a biological woman who believes she is a man, that seems like you should be able to play that if you're a biological woman, correct? Like just putting it out there, right? That's like saying you have a black person who believes in a particular cause. So if you're a black person, you should be able to play that person even if you don't necessarily believe in that political cause, right? I mean, that's called act.
Hey, wait. Hold on.
Thing, guys. It's called act. Okay, so, but here, you even fulfill the physical criteria, right? And because, again, biological woman playing biological woman. So, apparently not. We've had a couple of situations in the recent past in which this has not been the case. First of all, just pointing out, from Hollywood's perspective, if you are not a trans person and you play a trans person in any iteration, you win an Oscar or you're at least nominated for one. Right? Jared Leto won an Oscar like a couple of years ago for Dallas Buyers Club playing a trans person. And I believe Eddie Redmayne was nominated for an Oscar for playing a trans person a couple of years ago. So it's pretty much gold ticket to Oscardom, but not anymore. Not anymore. Now it's all stopped. Scarlett Johansson, you'll recall, about a year ago was supposed to play a trans person in a movie that was, I think, called Rub and Tug or something. And the movie was canceled because Scarlett Johansson is, in fact, a woman, a biological woman who does not believe that she is a biological man and therefore not trans. Okay, Halle Berry just went through the same thing. So Halle Berry was about to be cast in a story about a trans man, meaning a biological woman. And now she's pulled out of this. Here's the statement she released with the full malice struggle session attached. This is the best acting, frankly, that Halle Berry has done since Monsters Ball, is right here in this statement. I mean, first of all, I'm also going to need an explanation on why Halle Berry.
Okay, here's the question. Is this anti-trans propaganda? Like, yes, Ben is transphobic, obviously. He's being super transphobic here. But is this being framed as, like, fear-mongering about trans people? Or is this just... He's kind of, like, arguing against, like, trans rights in like the soft way that like, oh, it doesn't matter if trans people have representation in acting roles. So I guess you could say it's like anti-trans propaganda in that way. But it's not like fear-mongering about trans people. Which is what I'm looking for. I could redefine my criteria to include this video. I suppose it still counts as anti-trans propaganda. Okay, I'm gonna... Alright, see you later, Moose Watcher. I'm gonna include it. What do you think, Jamie? No? You answered no. Anti-trans. Count Buck Angel under Shabibo. You would agree with Ben. Well, what do you mean by counting Buck Angel? Like, I could cover Buck Angel as a channel? Like, include him in the list here? Okay, I guess this is technically anti-trans propaganda, even though it's like a softer kind of it. I'm gonna include it.
A teammate of a transgender swimmer says that there is collusion and cheating happening during Ivy League competitions. Also, the NCAA recently announced a new policy handing over the eligibility of transgender athletes to the individual sports governing body. The new NCAA announcement allows the organization to avoid taking a hardline stance on either side of the transgender debate and places responsibility with the governing bodies of each sport. The new policy mirrors that of the International Olympic Committees, which announced a sport-by-sport process in November. In other words, the NCAA is passing the buck. The change comes as transgender participation in sports has become a hot topic issue.
Terry Miller and Andre...
Okay, this is clearly just about transgenderism. Yeah, Buck Angel does think that. I've heard him say that. He's got, like, internalized transphobia. I'm pretty sure I've heard Blair White say stuff like that, too.
But as you would see, if you looked at her and not her chart, Bailey is not a boy. And by treating her like one, you are completely ignoring who she is. You're making her feel insignificant and humiliated. And that's not gonna help her feel good or safe or calm. So, from here on out, please recognize her for who she is. And if at all possible, could you find me a non-blue hospital gown?
I apologize.
Okay, this is insane.
Okay. That's transgenderism.
There's a story out of New Zealand. A gender-confused man there took home multiple gold medals in women's weightlifting at the 2019 Pacific Games in Samoa. This is Laurel Hubbard, formerly Gavin Hubbard, who won 2 gold medals and a silver. 3 heavyweight categories, this guy somehow managed to win them all. I wonder why. Because he's a man. Obviously, this is not the first.
All right.
In one of the creepiest yet most revealing Twitter threads ever to be posted on the platform, I think, a teacher recently fretted out loud that virtual classes might allow parents to hear him brainwashing their kids. And he's very afraid of that. Matthew R. Kay, an educator and author of a book called How to Lead Meaningful Race Conversations in the Classroom, worried that, quote, conservative parents would be able to interfere with the, quote, messy work of indoctrinating children into critical race theory, gender theory, and other left-wing dogmas. Here's the entire thread, which has since been set to private, but here's a screenshot of it. It says, so this fall, virtual class discussions will have many potential spectators, parents, siblings, etc., in the same room. We'll never be quite sure who is overhearing the discourse. What does this do for our equity/inclusion work? How much have students depended on the somewhat secure barriers of our physical classrooms to encourage vulnerability? How many of us have installed some version of what happens here stays here to help with this? While conversations about race are in my wheelhouse and remain a concern in this no-walls environment, I am most intrigued by the damage that helicopter/snowplow parents can do in the host conversations about gender/sexuality. And while, quote, conservative parents are my chief concern, I know that the damage can come from the left too. If we are engaged in the messy work of destabilizing a kid's racism or homophobia or transphobia, how much do we want their classmates' parents piling on? That's what he had to say. It's important to note that while some teachers responded to Kay's comments with the appropriate level of horror and disgust, many others chimed in to share their own strategies for brainwashing during a pandemic. Apparently, this is something that teachers have thought about and have come up with strategies for. One teacher said that she'd also been, quote, thinking about the problem that Kay described and had decided that she'd ask her students about their preferred pronouns via survey, though she still worries.
Yep, that's true. Trans people have always existed and will always exist regardless of those insane myths. Hello, Estelle.
Is that, quote, caregivers might see it and learn something about their children that they weren't supposed to know, apparently. Another teacher said that students last semester would sometimes, quote, type secrets into the chat whenever the discussion turned to, quote, anti-racism and gender-inclusive content. Another complained that a white parent, she made sure to specify white, in her district recorded a Zoom class and then, quote, filed a complaint against the teacher for an anti-racist read aloud, saying the teacher's commentary was inappropriate and biased. And this, the teacher says, is going to be an issue. A ninth grade teacher shared in the commiseration, saying that her class required students to, quote, read and respond to a news article. This is part of her class, but that participation in this exercise is stunted now because, quote, outsiders are listening. The outsiders, to be clear, are the children's parents. And another teacher with pronouns listed in her Twitter handle, so you know what she's up to, said that she plans to use the chat function more than voice lectures because she wants children to, quote, share that information with her in a, quote, parentless way. And a science teacher agreed with all the sentiments expressed here, but summarized it bluntly, saying, parents are dangerous. And these are just the comments that were captured in screenshots before the tweets were all made private. Presumably, there is more where this came from. A lot more. Now, I think several points should be made here in response. First, this may seem like a side issue compared with the very large problems unwittingly or maybe not so unwittingly exposed by the thread, but it should be said that classrooms are certainly not safe places for children to be vulnerable. Students may say and do things when they're with their peers in school that they wouldn't say and do at home, but only a fool who doesn't understand the first thing about child psychology and the effects of peer pressure would assume that the child's at-school version of himself is the most authentic, much less the most healthy. The pressure to conform to the values and opinions of your peers in the classroom is immense and overwhelming and often suffocating for these kids. There's a reason why rejection and alienation by peers has contributed to a true epidemic of suicide among young people. Suicide is skyrocketing among young people. And in fact, the very same people who extol the classroom as it's much more the latter than the...
It kind of looked like it was going to be, but this isn't trans-centered. We're skipping this one.
This brings up the right...
He like mentioned it a couple times, but I wouldn't call that centered.
right-wing resistance to transgenderism, to the movement of transgenderism, to a lot of the activism that comes out of it. I think a lot of it is about the pronouns. And I struggle.
This looks like it's categorically about binary stuff. Is this the same interview?
YouTubers, commentators, whatever you want to call it, we can maybe feel as though we're very much hated outside of our supporters, obviously, because online it's a lot of hate. But in reality, if I go to an LGBT bar, an LGBT part of town, I can't really walk more than 5 feet without people saying that they're thankful for my content. They've been
The only grooming is fucking the conversion therapy that every kid experiences when parents tell their kids not to act gay. That's grooming.
inspired by it. They can't publicly agree with me, but they'll let me know on the side. Being trans is not an ideology. It's not a belief system. It's just an aspect of who I am. Not whole of who I am, an aspect of who I am. And so the idea that I have to hold certain political opinions, certain beliefs, just based on that factor, which really shouldn't matter, I've never understood that. I'm a trans woman, period, point blank. I have no problem with that. I don't need to try to validate myself by running around saying that I am a biological female and that is my life, because that's not my life, that's not my experience. I think that biological women and trans women have very different experiences. There are obviously some similarities, some connections, some things you could absolutely relate to, but there's a lot you can't. So the idea to blindly conflate the two when having...
See, I wouldn't even be including Blair White, because she's a transmedicalist, and we're arguing against the transmedicalist point that there's an epidemic of non-binary people influencing the image of trans people. And my argument is that this myth is being invented by transmedicalists. So looking at Blair White's opinion would be like going to a Star Wars convention to prove that Star Wars is the most popular media franchise. Like, you're getting your data from a biased source there. But she's being platformed by the Daily Wire here, so she gets a pass this time.
Scientific discussions is also a problem. So you have a lot of trans people going to hospitals and not disclosing that they're trans, and then they're getting the wrong treatment for certain things. That's just a reality, and it absolutely shouldn't be something that's controversial to say. Biological sex is not changeable. You can obviously live your life your way that you want. I'm an example of that. Gender dysphoria, up until I think just a couple years ago, was always listed as a mental disorder. And for me, I'm all about destigmatizing mental health issues. I don't feel the need to bury the fact that it's clearly some sort of neurological condition that caused me to feel this way. I think if you're feeling these feelings at 4 years old, it's something there. And so to me, it makes all the sense in the world to say gender dysphoria is a mental disorder, a mental health issue, and it should be treated as such, and people should work their way out of it in the way that they see fit. Search up the word detransition on YouTube. It's a growing number of young people who are facing this issue, who transition, end up regretting it. There's a very common narrative that they feel sucked into online discourse that maybe validates something in them that might not be so valid, which is those feelings of being trans. Obviously, detransitioners don't make up the entire trans community. There's plenty of people who transition and are happy about it. But the idea that we can only talk about the ones on the happy end of the spectrum, especially when there's kids doing it, I think is an issue. So,
okay, I think this is just about transgenderism. It was Blair White. She could have started talking about NBs. Like, that's half her content. Okay, we've got 13 so far. We need 7 more to finish the Daily Wire. Let's keep going. I wonder if we'll find more trans stuff on the other channels. Oh no, yeah, I'm definitely ruining my algorithm. It's gonna be trashed after this. Just obliterated. It's fine. YouTube doesn't ever give me anything good anyway. I just search for everything that I watch. YouTube has no idea what to serve me. This is still blowing my mind that we're not finding any stuff. No, yeah, she's on my subs because I'm keeping track of when she's live. I'm gonna be debating her. I'm aware. I'm not a fan, if that's the concern. That's actually what all of this is about. I'm creating arguments against transmedicalism right now. Somebody in that circle might call this a manifesto, but, you know, we're just not aiming for that school shooter aesthetic like DGG likes to. So we're calling it a research document. This is actually incredible. I really thought... I keep saying this. I thought I'd find more trans stuff. It's really not that popular. Am I like... I feel like I'm scrolling past stuff even though I'm sure I've read it. Yeah, there's no trans stuff. It's not always in the title. Yeah, I know. I'm looking for... So I'm going to write down my methodology at shortly. But basically I'm looking for anything that has trans in the title or thumbnail or any cultural signifiers that are obviously trans-centered. Because obviously I can't click through every single video. If I were like a research institute and I had like a team of data entry people, maybe, but you know, I'd like to get this done in a reasonable amount of time. And it's mostly just for morbid curiosity. I saw like a beer can and I thought it was gonna be the Bud Light thing. I got excited. Remember how much they milked that? Like, remember how much the media focused on the Bud Light shit? Look how not popular it is. How far down are we? We haven't seen a single video on it. It's wild. Google's leftism. These Marxist corporations. Amazing. Trump culture war. Comey. Democratic platform. Anti-Bernie. Star Wars. Carlos Maza. Alex Jones. Mueller. Blackface. The Caravan. Mark Levin. Trump. Father's Day. Cringe compilation. Michael Knowles. Oh, debunking transgenderism, there's one. We got one. We need like 5 more. I would say J.K. Rowling is a cultural indicator of trans stuff. Most of it's women's sports stuff. I feel insulted that he's using the Fallout New Vegas imagery there. Technically, that's, technically that's a, like, cultural indicator for trans stuff. But I know that that video is not going to be trans-centered. Which is what we're actually targeting. Yeah, Fallout New Vegas is just the gateway drug. We're counting drag as trans stuff because conservatives do not differentiate. Because they don't think trans people exist. They think it's the same thing. Look at him, he's so mad at Kavanaugh there. Okay, we're gonna grab one more video, then we'll check them out. Come on. Just give me one more video. Man, this is nuts. We might take a break after this, after the Daily Wire. I think we'll just do one of these per stream, and then we'll like play some video games or something. The debate's definitely not happening this week. Oh no! It froze! Oh dang. Oh, I hope I can find my place again. Oh, we only needed one more too. Oh, that sucks. Alright, you know what? We skipped this one before, but it is trans-centered because of the thumbnail. I think I'm gonna count it after all. Actually, I don't know. Let's see if we can find our place. Okay, here's an idea. We'll go through what we have, and if we end up with 20, then we'll call it. And if we need one more, then we'll go back down.
I'm adding yet another reason to my list of why I love living in Tennessee.
Today, House Bill 1, called the Protecting Children from Gender Mutilation Act,
just passed in the Tennessee State House.
The bill prevents minors in Tennessee from initiating transgender-related puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries.
The bill is soon going to be sent to Governor Bill Lee's desk, which kicks off a 10-day countdown.
It means that if you don't want kids to be chemically castrated, you don't want kids to be mutilated, you don't want kids to be sterilized, this is a really great step.
This is a big win for Daily Wire.
Last week, Walsh gave a masterful testimony.
Okay, this is about transgenderism. I think that's pretty clear.
Does a biological male come to the conclusion that he is really a woman? How does this process work? If he arrives at this conclusion based on the fact that he feels like a woman, how does he know what it feels like to be a woman if he's not one? Is it not circular logic to say that he knows what it feels like to be a woman because he feels like one and therefore is one? That's a circular logic. That makes no sense. What exactly is a female feeling? Maybe some of the ladies here can help me out with that. Even if it made sense to speak of female feelings and female thoughts, and even if it were possible for a man to know that he was experiencing one, why would that mean that he is a woman instead of just a feminine man? We used to have those. Those used to exist. The left tells us that gender is a social construct. They reject the idea that women must necessarily have any particular feeling or thought or taste or preference. So if gender is an artificial construct and our physical features have no bearing on our identity as male, as man or woman, then what the hell is a woman anyway? A woman in that... Finally, let's get to our daily cancellation. Now, today I'm going to be canceling everyone who is trying to cancel J.K. Rowling. This is a rare defensive reverse cancellation, a DRC, as they call it in the business. Now, before I execute this DRC, let me just say that yes, J.K. Rowling is a leftist. She has repeatedly over the years appeased and coddled
leftist.
The very mob that is now trying to cancel her. So this in some ways is similar to the Jacob Fry situation. That video that we played, it's a very similar thing. But with that said, to Rowling's credit, she has recently been taking a stand on an important issue, and she's been taking all the slings and arrows that come from that. I respect that. And anyway, I will always defend anyone who stands for common sense and sanity, whether it's J.K. Rowling or anybody else. Even if you've been on the side of insanity and lunacy and irrationality for years, if you finally come over even slightly to the side of common sense and sanity, I'll be right there with you. Because we need all the help we can get as far as I'm concerned. So that brings us to what J.K. Rowling said over the weekend. First, I think this is what started it. She reacted to a headline that included the phrase people who menstruate. And she said, people who menstruate, I'm sure there used to be a word for those people. Someone help me out. Wumbin, Wumund. Those all sound like names from Harry Potter. And that tweet got 30,000 responses.
Okay, so this is transgenderism.
The Harry Potter book series is one of the biggest franchises in the world. There's a good chance you've either read the books, seen the movies, played the video games, or even visited the real-life Harry Potter world. In fact, at over 500 million copies sold, the Harry Potter franchise is the best-selling book series in history.
With this quality?
But if there's
What's
one
going
thing
on?
we know, in 2022, nothing is safe or sacred from the left. And no one learned that harder than J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter books. No one was more surprised by the franchise's popularity than the author herself. Rowling's early life as an author didn't reap much success. While writing the first Harry Potter book, The Sorcerer's Stone, she actually lived off government welfare in a tiny apartment in London. When the book was sent to publishers in 1995, her work was widely rejected until one small publisher picked up the book in 1997. Almost overnight, her books were a colossal success. And over the years that followed, Rowling was almost as active politically as she was artistically. She became well known for her leftist views, donating millions of dollars to Britain's Labour Party and speaking regularly about the role government should play in expanding welfare and other liberal policies. She's a self-proclaimed feminist, LGBT advocate, and she routinely speaks out about systemic racism. You can probably guess how she feels about Trump too. She's referred to him as a fascist, a bigot, a giant orange egg, and even as the main antagonist of her book series, Voldemort himself. Or I guess it's he whose name shall not be spoken. Sorry about that for all the Harry Potter fans. Conversely, she's praised Hillary Clinton during the election as a, quote, highly intelligent, experienced woman, and spent the skin color or race in any of the books. And thankfully, according to Rowling, you won't have to worry about tuition fees at Hogwarts. A researcher who had been recently fired for, quote, transphobic comments. Well, that's the word the media is using. In reality, the researcher had opposed legislation that would allow people to choose their gender legally without actually undergoing a medical procedure. Rowling expressed disdain over the firing while trying her best to appeal to the left in the process. But ultimately, as most arguments with mobs are, it was futile. The second she showed even an ounce of disapproval to the left, especially to the sacred transgender community, she became a target for them, as opposed to an advocate. The Human Rights Campaign and GLAAD heroically condemned Rowling's hateful, anti-science tweet. But where you might expect her to cower before the mob, as so many before her have, Rowling actually refused. She didn't apologize for the tweet. In fact, she doubled down on her statements in June 2020 when Dvex.com released a headline titled, "Creating a More Equal Post-COVID-19 World for People Who Menstruate." Remember, people who...
Okay, so this is clearly not talking about non-binary people, and it's clearly trans-centered.
According to the gay sports outlet Outsports, and yes, that's a thing. There's a gay There's gay sports media. There's a gay sports outlet. Outsports is what it's called. According to them, you know, forget about Jackie Robinson. There's a new bravest athlete in American history. Sid Ziegler, writing for Outsports.com, has declared that the bravest athlete of all time, the sports figure who best embodies, you know, the virtues of courage and heroism, is a biological male who beat up a bunch of females in MMA. The bravest. Ziegler gave the trans athlete Fallon Fox the moniker of bravest athlete ever in a recent article, and I wrote a piece about it. You can find it on dailywire.com. And he explains that the professional woman beater is, quote, an indelible part of LGBTQ sports history and has opened possibilities for trans athletes in women's sports that will be felt for generations.
Yep, so this goes under transgenderism. That was easy.
An 11-year-old boy who's become a very famous drag kid. So he's 11 years old, and his parents dress him in drag. Okay, that is in and of itself sexualized. Drag queens are sexualized. The idea of dressing up as a girl in midriff-bearing clothes as a young boy is, of course, sexualized. Okay, this little boy, this poor little kid, who is in fact being victimized by his parents, because parents get to make decisions for their children. And I have no tolerance for this garbage that an 11-year-old boy.
Okay, and we're including drag stuff in transgenderism. I don't care what anyone says. That's what conservatives consider it. We can search the transcript, but even if it's not in there, I'm still considering. Okay, gender doesn't get mentioned. Let's listen to
decide.
We'll listen to the actual content, but I'm still including it.
Whether he wants to appear at a strip bar, at a gay bar, dancing at a strip bar at 11 years old. You don't get to do that. Hey, if a stranger came and took your kid and did this, they would be prosecuted. If a parent does it, then apparently it's okay. On December 1st,
that's a whole other thing, like Blanchardian typology, which is, I want to the next time Demon Mama does call-ins, I really want to get in on that, because I want to talk to her about Blanchardian typologies, because I know that she's done a lot of really deep dives on that stuff, and I'd really like to pick her brain about it. I would literally pay just for her to like ramble about Blanchardian typology and like her thoughts on it. Obviously, I'd like to read some theory and like critiques and stuff myself, but she seems very well read on it, and I'd like to hear her perspective.
An 11-year-old boy dressed in drag danced on stage in a sexual manner at a gay bar in Brooklyn, New York called $3 Bill. This is according to Amanda Prestigiacomo over at Daily Wire. The child, Desmond Napoles, was dressed as a Gwen Stefani lookalike, full drag makeup, a blonde wig, and crop top included, as he bounced around on stage to no doubt like a girl. Here's a little bit of the video. And what you can see is this kid on stage dancing. This kid's 11. I mean, what the actual F? A small 11-year-old boy dressed in drag, dancing in front of a bunch of gay men, and then stripping off a dress to dance some more. And the patrons begin offering him dollar bills. They begin offering this little 11-year-old kid dollar bills. This is pedophilic. I mean, there's no other way to put it. This is absolutely pedophilic.
So, your average Republican is going to see that and, like, lump that together in their brains with trans people. I don't care what anyone says. No one's going to convince me otherwise. Okay, so we got 20. We're done. We did the Daily Wire. Let's work on our outline for our methodology here, just so that it's, like, clear what we're doing. So, methodology. All right, so for our methodology, we are targeting trans. So we're targeting videos that are centered around transgender issues, that are obviously centered around transgender issues in their thumbnail, in their title, thumbnail, or content. Either explicitly or through cultural indicators. For each channel, yeah, that video was weird. Or that thing was weird, yeah. For each channel, we sorting videos for each channel by popularity and clicking on videos that appear to be trans-centered based on the title or thumbnail. That makes more sense. Sorting videos for each channel by popularity, clicking on videos that appear to be trans-centered based on the title or thumbnail, either explicitly or through cultural indicators. Then filtering out videos that aren't about trans issues, primarily focused on trans issues. That aren't anti-trans propaganda. Because that's what we're targeting. Finally, sorting the remaining videos into two categories. Transgenderism and non-binary people. I think that's explicit enough. Hopefully that's clear. Okay, so we can do one more channel, I guess. Let's go to Ben Shapiro. The devil himself.
We are at the cost.
Here's one. We got two. We got three. Oh, look, these are more popular on his channel. I wonder if the Anna Kasparian debate was interesting. It's probably cringe as fuck. This one looks trans-related. I could click on all of these TikToks, but I'm trying to follow my own methodology. Gender nonconformity, well, we counted drag queens, so I guess that counts. TikTok explaining gender, that probably counts. Okay, yeah, I'll check my DMs. All right, let's take a what do we got here?
Previously on Middleside Topwise.
I'll tell you right now that there are way more
Debunking transgenderism. This might be something to watch while playing Doom. Let's put this in a playlist for later. Yeah, we can watch that later. Jordan Peterson debunks leftist gender ideology. Oh, we'll have to take a look at his channel too. Pet play feels more like... This feels more like homophobia than transphobia. So I'm not going to include that. Oh, yeah, I know it's a term from Christianity, yeah. Or from Christians. It's like a right-wing term. I'm using it like referentially to their as represented by them. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we need 9 more. Cenk Uygur exposes himself as the biggest hypocrite. Nope. Non-binary. That will probably fall under non-binary. Even if they're doing like the transracialism meme. Have I seen the evangelical videos you've been posting? No, I haven't. I haven't been checking a lot of channels in Discord lately. I've been almost exclusively listening to transmedicalism debates. Wow, we actually got a Dylan Mulvaney one. Thought we'd never see it. Okay, yeah, definitely send me it. I'm always interested in more content. I know that's not trans Ben Shapiro, but like every single time I see that thumbnail, it throws me. Need 6 more. Okay, we need 4 more. We're finding them much faster on Ben's channel. Castrating men. I have a feeling that's not about trans people, but I'll open it anyway. Ellen Page. Elliot Page. I love how they dead name him. Very nice. I mean, it's fucking Ben Shapiro, like, of course. More trans propaganda. Trans activist. Demisexual. That's sexuality, not transgenderism. Yeah, gotta bust my algorithm. True. Okay, what do we need? We need like one more, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we'll work with what we got. We'll see if we need one more after. Let's go through these. Okay. We're doing... Cambridge Analytica scandal. Let's look it up. In 2010's personal data belonging to millions of Facebook users was collected without their consent by British consulting firm Cambridge Analytica, predominantly used for political advertising. I mean, yeah, I know this kind of stuff happens. Obviously. To provide analytical assistance to Ted Cruz and Donald Trump, widely accused of interfering with the Brexit referendum. Beyond initial inquiries, no significant breaches took place. Huh. Implementing various forms of psychological targeting for years, and Facebook had patented a similar technology in 2012. Yeah. No, yeah, I'm aware of this. I wasn't aware of like this. I might have read about this like thing specifically and then forgotten about it, but I'm aware of like the concept of this kind of stuff happening. And I knew that there was like a ton of corruption shit with Brexit and like data leaking and targeting people like by unethical means. Like I remember reading about that. Yep, I don't contest any of that. All right, let's go through what we got here.
Hi, Ben. Thanks for doing the tomahawk chop. Very epic. Thank you.
You bet. You know, when people say that that's like a racist thing, I have to say, if people just went to a stadium and started cheering for the Jews, you know how happy I would be?
So my question is very quick.
The idea that sex and gender are different, effectively gaining the medical consensus for sex and gender being two different concepts, yet you have a different opinion.
Okay, so sex and gender are two different concepts, but gender is tied to biology. So one of the big problems that you see in sort of the argument in favor of trans rights is this notion that gender and sex are completely separable. They're not completely separable. If they are completely separable, then this means that identifying people by their subjective gender really has no relevance as to whether they are a male or a female. Male and female are biological terms. So using terminology like male and female to describe a self-perception of maleness or femaleness is sort of a bizarre way of arguing whether a thing is a man or a woman. So here's my question. It's an argument that my friend Matt Walsh likes to make. What is a woman? Define what a woman is without reference to the word woman, please.
So this is actually a logical fallacy called a red herring. You're asking to actually support the idea that gender is biological. This is something that's completely untrue within every single like medical consensus.
Well, then I will just say that anyone who suggests that gender has no reference whatsoever to biology, it's not connected in any way to biology, is just full of
Transgenderism is in the title. It's about trans people, at least enough to say that it's like centered. And it's not talking about non-binary people. It goes in the first category. Next.
What do you do with sports?
The argument that is typically made by gender theorists is that gender is entirely separate from sex. You've seen the argument made that it makes no difference on average if men are stronger than women are, and that if we were to allow transgender women to compete with non-transgender women, then this would somehow not disadvantage biological women. And this seems to me absolutely ascientific, that if we're actually going to have a discussion about gender and sex, that should be based in data, which suggests that mammals are in fact binary in terms of their sex, unless you have intersex birth defects typically, or genetic defects.
I'm happy to opine on this.
If we are going to have a conversation about sex and gender, that should be based. I agree. Thank you, Ben.
So, how do you say that some people don't have privilege when you basically just said that trans people aren't valid? They're not a thing. They're just girls pretending to be boys or boys pretending to be girls.
Okay. Oh, someone's excited. Okay.
It's biological, but gender is a completely different thing.
No, gender is not disconnected from sex. So.
It's not completely disconnected, but it's still a cultural thing. It's still from society.
Okay. No, it is not in the mind. Okay.
All right. Yeah. I was going to add to that, but I decided not to. Well, yeah, Ben was kind of correct in that gender is like it references sex, but he was arguing against an argument that nobody made. Like, she never said that that wasn't the case. He was like he was shadow boxing, basically. He was reframing the question.
Your chromosomal charts that you are actually...
It's kind of like a Motte and Bailey.
...actually not a male. When I say that you're a male, that I should stick with that biological objective standard. Like my perception of you, in other words, is subject to my correct enunciation of an objective standard. So the objective standard, here's the deal. For all of human history, there was an objective standard between male and female. It was, for nearly all of human history, out of partial ignorance and partially because this is usually true, it was out of simply looking at people's genitals and assessing them based on their outward appearance, right? Which is still true for nearly all human beings on planet Earth at all times, okay? What was that?
You can't really describe someone without secondary sex characteristics and gender them into something.
Well, I mean, you can based on primary sex characteristics if you can see their genitals. Doctors do this literally at birth all the time, right? So this is... But your point is correct. If somebody was male dressed as a female. They're telling us about gender. There you go.
First of all, it's not true. People have all kinds of chromosomes and all kinds of bodies. Women who've had hysterectomies, people born with certain conditions, but that's almost immaterial. Number two.
I just want to double check my thing here. At least partly anti-trans propaganda. There we go.
It is a system of oppression.
Oh.
Gender is a hierarchy and a system of oppression.
Can you stop it there for a second? Okay, so I have a question. If gender is a system of oppression, why would a man ever identify as a woman? Really? I've been informed that gender is a system of oppression by this human. And this human presumably thinks that, historically speaking, women were the disadvantaged. So why would a man ever identify as a woman? Wouldn't all women identify as men in order to avoid the system of oppression? In fact, why don't we just obliterate gender as a category altogether? And then you would not have to identify as a woman or as non-binary or as anything related to gender. Weird. Self-contradictory. Almost as though there's no logic and these are all... So it begins. Again, my producers have been tasked with coming up with more woke TikToks to torture me with. This video is sponsored by our friends at The Pearl Source.
It's the best mind yet.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh yeah!
Here is Madison Cawthorn.
Christ, Ben Shapiro is so unfunny. Oh my god. It's not even that he's unfunny. His editor is unfunny.
Cawthorn's definition of a woman. X chromosome.
Is this a non-binary person? I'm not sure. I feel like that's what's being signified. I don't know if they like differentiate. That's what's so hard to categorize. Like, it's so hard to categorize these. What do the comments say? No, we're not going to get anything out of the comments. Yeah, I feel like I've seen them before. I can't remember if they're non-binary or not. That's like... It's like who somebody might point to if they were like trying to show a non-binary person, like, but that doesn't mean that somebody's non-binary, right? Like, non-binary doesn't really have an aesthetic technically. Like, that's not like a third gender. Could just be just be a gender non-conforming trans woman. We'll put it tentatively here. Because I feel like that's at least coded. I'm not entirely sure.
No man in a century will suffer as greatly as you will. Got to 50!
Well, here we are. Once again, my producers have convinced me that it's time yet again for us to be looking at these TikTok videos and for me to be tortured by them. So I hope that you enjoy this a lot more than I do. This video is sponsored by our friends at Tessa Mays.
Your friend here is only mostly dead.
There's Pooh Bear! Oh, you can't go hug, you can't hug, you can't
That's
hug.
the saddest thing ever.
Sorry.
Oh, that's terrible.
Sorry. I didn't know she...
Of unspecified gender. Could it be because you're a woman?
I always sort of parent.
Or a member of the other biological sex just because you're...
Now, and that's when I realized the mistake we made. Today, we're undoing that mistake with Eduardo's gender reveal.
I'm a girl!
That's child abuse. That kid's not a girl. That kid's a boy. Half of those videos are of the kid smiling while wearing boys' outfits. That is child abuse. If a parent believes that they are virtuous by virtue of the fact that they've lied to a small child, that happiness is to be found in living the lie that you are a member of the other biological sex, just because your kid liked wearing dresses at home. Great job, everyone. Screwing up children for life so that you can feel like a more virtuous. And by the way, this parent could not be more eager to demonstrate what a wonderful, liberal-minded parent he is by dressing his son up in a dress and then calling him a girl and taking a video of it and then putting that online.
So I'm a long-distance parent, and I get to typically talk to my kiddo through FaceTime.
What does that mean, to be a long-distance parent? Are we talking about you divorced and you lost custody of the kid and you moved away? Typically, one of the key components of parenting is, being there for your children. But continue.
Everyone that she's with on a regular basis doesn't use my pronouns correctly.
Yes, because you're a woman.
And so that's a really, really hard sort of like line to walk for her. We talk about what her pronouns are, what daddy's pronouns are, what mommy's pronouns are.
How do we know you're mommy? Why aren't you daddy? Why aren't you parental figure of unspecified gender? Could it be because you're a woman?
I always just gently remind her and say, hey, baby, what are mommy's pronouns? And she's so funny because she's always like, they, them. Like, she knows.
You self-centered.
This really sweet thing happened. Oh, my heart was so full.
It is. It's so full because you've indoctrinated a kid to believe a bunch of crap so you feel better about yourself.
Effort is all.
Okay, so we can put this one in non-binary. Based on into non-binary if they feature non-binary people or transgenderism if they do not. That's more accurate. Okay. Let's continue.
Okay, meanwhile, in the social politics sphere, a fight has now broken out. I hesitate to characterize what kind of fight. It is between Dylan Mulvaney, who is a dude who believes he is a woman, and Caitlyn Jenner, who is a dude who believes he is a woman. And apparently, what led off this...
Okay, that goes here.
How about another joke, Ray? What do you?
Yeah, I'm not sitting through another intro.
Again this time.
Okay.
My gender is
Oh.
and my
Any
pronouns
pronouns?
are
I mean, okay.
Okay.
This is maybe the only time in human history where I will say I will use the alternative pronoun, because it does seem as though you are a demon. Honestly, more of this. More of this in public society, because I want to know who the insane people around me are. If I see a resume and it says Bob Smith, preferred pronouns, then I know who not to hire. So thank you for selecting out of our employment pool. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Oh no, I can see from this.
There's 6 sexes, genders in the Talmud with many mentions. Let's get into what they are. There's Nakeva and Zakar, the two you hear as female and male. Androgynous for an intersex person with both female and male sex characteristics. Tum a person with obscured or unclear sexual characteristics. Halo needs someone assigned female at birth but who expresses male characteristics later in life. Sorry, someone assigned male at birth but develops female characteristics later in life and or has their sexual organs removed. Saris and Eloni often are described as infertile. And while life has lots of rules, don't let binaries be a hurdle to loving yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, that goes under here.
Sometimes I feel the necessity to point out things that are happening on TikTok, mainly because this is the stuff your kids actually watch. So I was confronted yesterday on Twitter with a bizarre TikTok video about a phenomenon called Libra gender. Now, you may be confused at this point because you're a rational and sentient human being. And it is strange that every 2 seconds somebody is coming up with a new gender. Of course, that's not strange at all, given the basis of gender theory, which is that gender is completely mutable and also is a complete spectrum. It goes all the way from total heterosexuality on one side, all the way to homosexuality.
That's not gender, Ben. Ben, that's sexuality.
On the other side, anything in between. You could be agender, right? That's with regard to sexual orientation. Gender, or that sexual orientation is a spectrum according to the left. So is gender, right? There's male on one side, female on the other, and then all the in-betweens. And in the dead center would be agender, which is a person without a gender, which is weird. It's like a Ken doll. It's just smooth, where there should actually be protrusion. Let me play you this video in which a TikTok girl explains Libra gender.
Hey guys, let's talk gender, specifically Libra genders. Firstly, know the difference between a static or a stable gender, one that doesn't change, and a fluid gender, one that does change. Now, Libra genders. Libra gender people feel mostly agender with a slight connection to another gender.
Yeah, this is non-binary.
When I look at your rise, and look, I talk to people who love what you do. I mean, every time I go on the road and I'm speaking at a campus, you're the number one name that gets mentioned by people who come to my lectures. And I think that the reason for that I've seen is really twofold. One is that one of the things that you really talk a lot about is the notion of self-discipline and purpose in your life and control, and the idea that you are in control of your decision-making, and your decision-making.
That's true. He is kind of a straggit.
Matters. That's one. And the other is that you have a unique capacity to say no to things. That when somebody says something to you that is illogical but popular, that you have the capacity to say no. That's what happened in that Kathy Newman interview, that somebody was saying something to you that made no sense, and you just said, well, no, and then you just stood on that no. And when you stand on that no, I think it gives people a lot of courage.
Yeah, well, I mean, the gender issue is really an interesting one, because one of my professional domains of expertise is individual differences. I'm a personality psychologist, and so I know the gender difference literature. And it's a very solid literature. Well, first of all, it's very solid. It has a 30-year history. One psychologist got the personality models down, so that would be the Big Five model. All empirically derived, straight statistics, right? Brute force.
The fuck are you talking about? The fuck is he talking about?
Force empiricism. Nobody had a theoretical axe to grind with the Big Five, except to say, maybe there are human traits, maybe they're encapsulated in language. We can use statistical techniques to find out what they are. That was it. That's the whole ideology. So very, very neutral as far as ideologies go. 5 traits emerge. Okay. Are there differences between the sexes? Turns out there are. All right, they're not massive, although if you sum them across all the traits, you can separate men and women with about 75% accuracy. So it's not trivial, but you have to.
He just says stuff. I mean, really. Okay, this is just transgenderism.
Already suffering from depression and anxiety and are looking for sort of an excuse for why they are suffering or justification for why they're suffering from depression and anxiety. Do you think that you were suffering from depression or anxiety during this period when you started kind of going down this internet rabbit hole?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And another thing that was really major for me, and I know is also major for other young girls, is like body image issues. So I had started, my family was very involved in the beauty industry. So I kind of grew up with a lot of, messages about, like what, body types are, the best and all this kind of stuff. So I started having body image issues at a very young age. And in retrospect, looking back, I really believe that I was struggling so much with that.
I identify as Korean. That's just my culture. That's my home country. That's exactly how I look now.
But people are very angry at Ollie London. What's making you so mad, bro? Bigotry? Ollie London is just as Korean as Caitlyn Jenner is a woman. Just as Korean. Big news coming out of Britain. I think groundbreaking news. A British influencer named Ollie London is a non-binary.
Yeah, all of the... Okay, I won't say all of them. Maybe some of them are like just genuinely brain dead, but or like naive or something, but I think most of the people who are doing like the news circuit that are like detransitioners are grifters. I definitely think that. The majority of detransitioners aren't people who like, and that's not to say that these people don't exist. There are definitely people who detransition who genuinely regret like the outcomes of the surgery or hormones and experienced dysphoria, or they weren't actually trans, or et cetera, et cetera. Like, those people exist. But the vast majority of detransitioners are people who like couldn't afford to keep care, or they had some other like external factor that was like forcing them to detransition when they didn't want to. And that's like the majority.
Binary person. They have identified as non-binary. But not only that, Ollie London, because Ollie London is a fan of apparently something called K-pop. I will admit that I was not informed on this particular trend. It is Korean pop. Ollie London is a big fan of a particular Korean pop star named Park Ji-min, and decided to have $150,000 worth of plastic surgery in order to quote unquote.
Okay.
Well, folks, let's say that you were in charge of marketing Bud Light, a beer for basically poor white people. How would you market that? Would you market that beer to, let's say, a bunch of millennial idiots who believe that men can become women? Well, if you are the marketing manager, the VP over at Bud Light, you're damn well right you would. Here are the rules. You can violate any rule you want so long as you are Democrat.
This is life-changing and sometimes life-saving.
Okay, that goes in binary.
This is a dude competing in men's weightlifting competitions as of 2013. After this person was competing as a male in male weightlifting competitions, take some estrogen, and now you can compete with the females. And now we're going to pretend that this is an even playing field. Let me just put...
All right.
Hello, my name is Quentin Merritt. I'm a mathematician and a physicist here, a double major, and I also just won the most prestigious award in the country to pursue research at any institution I want, the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship. So I think I'm pretty, qualified to say that most of what you're saying is based on like old data. But my question to you, and so I want you all to like realize that.
Last month, but sure.
For example, gender identity disorder, that's the DSM-4, bro. We use the DSM-5 now for psychologists to be able to talk about...
I literally cited the DSM-5 in the speech, and it's called gender dysphoria, which is a term that I use throughout the speech, not gender identity disorder.
You sound like a bozo, bro. And you get no pussy, and you can't even make your wife wet, bro, so what's good?
Damn.
So,
got him.
Let me just say, the nice thing about
having several small children, I don't feel the necessity to have my masculinity
If we're using a
challenged by someone
Western
like you.
colonial idea of gender, then why should it apply? If we're using, because the gender binary is a Western colonialist framework of gender.
You're
you
right.
know?
Men and women don't exist in any other culture.
No.
In any. You're
Think
right.
about Native American.
Nailed it.
Third gender people. I'm not saying that. Third gender people exist in Native American societies, Western African societies, like Southern Native American societies, like Mexico. So in other places that are not white dominated,
And they
like
are
the United States or
incorrect.
Europe, and so
I'm
you're saying
saying
white,
they're biologically
so non-white
incorrect.
people. I'm a mathematician and a physicist. You cannot tell me.
So I have a question.
And also, you're not a biologist.
So I have a question.
I'm 20.
As a mathematician and a physicist, what in the hell do you know about human biology?
And you got
that
your
allows
law
you to
degree from
deny it?
Harvard. What do you know about biology? You got your law degree from Harvard.
And frankly, I would ask another question. If your logic is so flawed as a mathematician and a physicist, I would suggest that whichever institution gave you an award, revoke it immediately.
Okay, so how do we categorize this one?
In the speech, and it's called gender dysphoria, which is
I
a term
literally
that I
said-
use throughout the speech. Not
So he is critiquing the gender binary there. So I'm going to put it in non-binary.
Why is monogamy as opposed to promiscuity or polyamory the best option?
because all societies are built on the healthy bearing and rearing of children. And the most valuable form of the bearing and rearing of child is mother and father in the home with the biological child that they have sired.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, hey Ben, my name's Nikita. Thank you for coming. Thank you to everyone who made this possible. I had a question real quick regarding abortion. When a woman knows that she's having an abortion and she knows that she's killing a human being, because we've seen videos of them bragging and saying, oh, I'm killing my baby, I don't care. What standard do we refer to? If we don't refer to the Bible as the standard of right and wrong, what standard do we refer to in telling her that she's wrong when she admittedly knows she's murdering a child?
Well, I mean, if somebody knows that they are killing a child and they actually acknowledge that, this is not what I think most people do when they have abortions. I think they've been largely indoctrinated by our society and our media into believing
Definitely, yeah.
that they're aborting something completely meaningless, a cluster of cells. They've been told that they're doing an act of good on their own behalf and that there is no countervailing value on the other side. So you're talking about the extraordinarily rare situation in which people are shouting their abortions because they know actively this is a human being and I'm killing it. I mean, honestly, it doesn't require the Bible to understand the sort of general note that you're not supposed to
gender and all that. So I'm wondering, I find it really unsatisfying when you talk about gender and being like male or female, as just reducing it down to chromosomes. Do you feel as if there's like a really important like social aspect to like being a man, you know, that just doesn't simply get like transcribed by your chromosomes? Do you think that there's like something more to like humans than just like their
I think there are
sexes?
masculine qualities that attach to biological manhood that have been generalized. They don't necessarily apply to everyone because you can have effeminate men who don't necessarily fit those categories. If you were to ask me what makes a good man or a useful man, I would give you a description that would include social categories like protecting your family, going out and earning, making sure that you build institutions in your society. Right?
So nothing that has to do with chromosomes.
But
nothing like chromosomes.
in the end, if you have to ask for a definition of male or female, what you're talking about is the reduced to the bill. Right? What that bill says is that you are not allowed to indoctrinate kids K through 3 on sexual orientation or gender identity, which I don't care how radical you are. The non-LGBT community. Transgender suicidality rates, there's not been any meaningful study that I can see that suggests that socioeconomic status, for example, impacts this, or that mere acceptance changes the extraordinarily high suicidal ideation rates. In fact, there was a study from...
That is... What are you talking about? It's like literally the scientific consensus. There's like study after study after study showing that. You have to really dig to find studies that don't say that. And they're all flawed.
Families, and what it found is that 40% of trans kids, or minors who identify as transgender, are still experiencing suicidal ideation, which suggests to me that this is...
Okay, so this is transgenderism.
You've heard that some people are men in women's bodies, or women in men's bodies. You may even have heard that if you're a straight dude and you don't want to have sex with a trans woman, meaning a biological male, this makes you gay. All of this is insane, patent nonsense. males and females reproduce with one another in the human species. We've known this for quite a while. The simple reality is that the human species is sexually dimorphic. Sex is binary. We come in two brands, male and female. Typically, those who have the XY chromosomes are male, those who have XX chromosomes are female. Males and females differ. They differ in size and shape, and musculature, brain function. As neuroscientist Steven Pinker says, differences between the sexes are part of the human condition.
Even the brain function thing is like extremely misunderstood. Aside from size, there are extremely little differences in brain size between male and female. Like the blue brain, pink brain thing is like not actually true.
Controversy has broken out over my friend and colleague here, Jordan Peterson. He went on Piers Morgan's show, and he was asked specifically about Olivia Wilde's brand new movie, Don't Worry, Darling, which is getting just excoriated by the critics, which is a shocker because she is one of the protected people, Olivia Wilde. She's a feminist hero. And it doesn't matter that this feminist hero made the actual star of that film, Florence Pugh, apparently extraordinarily uncomfortable on set because she was banging Florence Pugh's co-star, Harry Styles. None of that matters because Olivia Wilde is a feminist hero for making a movie that basically suggests that men want to put women back in the kitchen, like it's the 1950s, etc. Well, the movie, Don't Worry, Darling, apparently, one of the stars, Chris Pine, according to Olivia Wilde, is basically playing Jordan Peterson. Right? He's supposed to be a cult leader who's trying to create a mental, I don't want to give any spoilers for this dumb movie, but apparently he's trying to create some sort of mental system that people live in, a kind of virtual reality, whereby young men can essentially train women to be put back into the kitchen. And that's what Jordan Peterson wants. And so she says that character, that Chris Pine cult leader character, is based on Jordan Peterson. So Jordan was asked about this by Piers Morgan over on Sky News. And he got rather emotional about the idea that he should not be attempting to reach out and help disaffected young men. Here is what Jordan had to say.
The film director...
Traditional gender roles absolutely matter.
Okay, now this doesn't have anything to do with trans people.
Ellen Page is a woman who changed her name to Elliot Page and then got a bunch of surgeries to make her look more like a man. Jordan noted.
This is about binary trans people.
If you believe that the radical left isn't after your children, you're ignoring the fact that they very, very clearly are after your children. So Nickelodeon actually broadcast, I'm not kidding you, a video from a drag queen named Nina West. And forgive my unfamiliarity, this is not a world in which I generally traffic. The drag queen Nina West performed an original song about the meaning of the rainbow pride flag for small children. Because again, Nickelodeon is directed at small children. It is not directed at teens. It is not directed at adults. It is directed at small children. And so we are going to now indoctrinate children into the wonders of various sexual orientations and the complete moral relativity of human sexuality. And we're going to do this to like 4 and 5-year-olds. Because confusing children is what people are in the business of doing. You can be an advocate of gay rights and still believe this is not appropriate for children. Because it's not appropriate for children. And here's some rather inappropriate material for children appearing on Nickelodeon.
Doesn't it just fill you with pride, showing who you are on the inside? Wave that pride flag up high, be true to you.
With small children. And gender orientation with small children. Does this sound like a great idea to you? If you're a parent, you need to turn off the damn TV right the hell now. You don't let your kids watch stuff that you haven't pre-screened, because otherwise you end up with this. Here is a drag queen lecturing your child on a bunch of stuff, including, by the way, BLM. There's like a BLM fist that appears halfway through this particular video. So you get a lecture on the gay pride flag by a man dressed as a woman.
Yeah, it's got the trans stuff in it too. And the drag queens are a cultural indicator for trans stuff in like conservative circles, so we're including that.
There's no way out but through for the Democrats, and that is they just have to keep talking. They have to keep talking. They have to fill the airwaves, and they have to prevent anybody from speaking back against them. Okay, this is true in the area of fiscal responsibility, is also true in the area of science. It is just a continuing incredible thing to me how the scientific establishment has been completely perverted by a desire for social justice nonsense. It's insane. So yesterday, there was a meme that was going around. It wasn't even a meme. It was a thing from Healthline, right? Healthline is a medical website. And here's what Healthline is now saying, is under parenthood at pregnancy. Can men get pregnant? Is it possible? Yes, according to Healthline. It's possible for men to become pregnant and give birth to children of their own. In fact, it's probably a lot more common than you might think. In order to explain, we'll need to break down some common misconceptions about how we understand the term man. No, we don't. You mean the misconception that's been held by all of humanity since the dawn of time? Because human species is a sexually dichotomous species? That is the basis for all human reproduction?
That goes in transgenderism. All right, we did it. Woof. We made it through 2 channels. Okay, I'm going to make a poll in chat. We're going to make a poll, and we're going to decide if we want to play video games or do another channel. How do I get rid of options? Okay, wait. Yes for video games. No for another channel. I'm technologically illiterate. Okay, and I will be right back in like a couple of minutes. Okay, we are back. Now we are looking at Steven Crowder. We did the Daily Wire, we did Ben Shapiro. This will probably be the last one we do tonight. So same as before, we're going to go through... We're just going to scroll through the popular videos, and we're going to click on anything that looks like it might be trans-related. And then we'll sort out the things that aren't trans-related, and we'll sort everything that's left over. We got 2. I think the biggest takeaway from this, and it's more substantial than anything that I'm actually learning from, like, whatever conclusion I could pull from this that's relevant to the actual hypothesis that we're testing, is that the trans, like, anti-trans stuff is just not popular. Even among, like, conservative audiences. Like, it's not getting the engagement that other stuff gets. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. We need 8 more. This stuff isn't as buried on Crowder's channel, which makes sense because Crowder is more overtly bigoted than like Ben Shapiro or the Daily Wire. Which is saying something. But even here, it's like not the majority of the videos. That's just not what gets the majority of attention. Americans are tired of hearing about the anti-trans stuff. It's not popular. Even conservatives. No cross-dressing. Should put that one first because it came first.
Darn.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, we need more. We need 5 more. Aren't all of the Change My Mind student editions? He, like, does all of them at colleges. I don't understand. That might be about trans people. That's about trans people. That's about trans people. They bees. Okay, that's about trans people. We'll get one more. Trans species. Okay. We're good. We're gonna go through these. And then that's gonna be the end of this, not the end of this project, because we got more channels to do, but that'll be end of this for tonight, after this. We might play a video game after. We'll see how we're feeling.
What if I don't?
If you don't, I would consider that disrespectful, and that's actually an act of...
Yeah, I think we already decided last time this one was non-binary. Oops.
That talk about trans people, intersex people.
This is
Well,
gonna
that
be
used to
about
be referred to as hermaphrodites, which is a phrase that we don't prefer anymore. We find it to be very triggering and offensive because of the way that it's been used historically.
Okay, but it
kind
was
of like the
medically
N-word, right?
used,
Kind
right?
of like the N-word, right? Like there's a certain
Well, not kind of like. Welcome to another installment of There Are Only Two Genders, Change My Mind. Unedited conversations with people on the street. Usually we do this on campus, but during summer break, that's kind of hard to do. So before we start, because this is a long one, I wanted to show you how this conversation ends up with our conversation. So I believe there are two genders. Okay. You're welcome to change my mind. And how many genders are there? Because now we're talking about non-binary, right?
How many genders are there? I think gender is a continuum. I think part of our, so like this is my take on it, right? And this is my own personal opinion and how I've come to
How do you identify, just so I make sure?
How do I
Do you just identify as a woman?
I'm a transgender woman.
So you
I'm
say
female.
transgender woman?
Well, like, you know, I'm comfortable owning the fact that I'm
Okay.
trans. I don't know that any of us has a responsibility to own anything about our own individuality. Like, I don't think anybody needs to walk down the street and say, hi, I am a heterosexual man, or I am a homosexual woman, right? But for me, I'm comfortable being visible, right?
Sure.
I'm lucky that I get to live in Austin and I get to be visible and not suffer too many consequences. Now, the reality is, I am a very small sliver of the trans population. If I weren't white and professional, right, my murder rate, if I were an African-American transgender woman, I'd be 30 times more likely to be murdered than I am. So
African-American men are much more likely to be murdered than white men, too. So a big part of that is not necessarily trans.
Race is real, right? And that's
by other
huge
black
issue.
people, too.
Race is a component of all of our interactions in society.
I
But gender,
think it's
okay, so
important
back to
on-
my truth, right?
Yeah.
So like, our gender identity, who we are in our brain from birth, before we're talking about any kind of hormone.
Okay, so this goes in it's the second edition, we got it in there. This goes in non-binary. Just because it's talking about non-binary
In
stuff.
women's sports.
A Victoria woman who won a world championship in master cycling has been hit with a wave of backlash because she is transgender.
New Zealand has chosen the first transgender athlete to compete.
We can pause the music. This is going here.
If you don't think so, I don't really have time for this. And I don't.
This is going here.
If you feel like you're a woman and every
This one goes here.
The LGBTQAIP, thank you. Number 2, community, which was birthed from intersectional. Reporters have called Breaks brave. When it comes to injected testosterone, it varies wildly. Studies, though, have been conducted. Okay. That's higher. So that means that a doping athlete, a male athlete versus another male athlete, might have something like a 3.5 times testosterone advantage of a natural athlete. Now, here's what's important. Obviously, testosterone.
Okay, this is trans girls in sports. It's not going to be non-binary. This is going to be non-binary. I remember from last time. This is not too bad. We can fly through these.
At this point, right, my left hand, as you can see here, is kind of up anyway, and
this is the same event. Well, that's our methodology. We're not changing it again. And non-binary doesn't get mentioned, so it goes in. It counts.
I don't even think the most progressive of the most progressive watches this and goes, that is passable as a woman, and she's gorgeous. Let me ask you this. Before I get into this, spoiler alert, pansexual blind date, pansexual blind date, because it's trending all people, right? That's something even Blair White was talking about. We've seen this all year long, which leads us to today's top trend on Twitter for half the day.
Yeah,
let's just go. This is the trans pansexual nightmare. Beautiful, heart, brave and courageous story. Go.
Life is a journey. Some follow their own path, regardless of the consequences. Meet David.
I definitely have more challenges than probably your average person. People on the street staring, shouting.
How funny would it have been if he just walked that electric door?
There's a lot of
right
people
here,
who
just closed on him, but on his like get smart.
Have someone hate you for no reason.
Oh, there's a reason. Yeah.
Oh,
Welcome.
How are you?
Pleasure to have you.
Good, thank you.
Your name, please?
David.
Pleasure to have you, David. How is it?
At least go by like Davey.
Yeah.
A little feminine.
But everybody, yeah, when they walk in,
Yeah.
Don't worry, be yourself. and
Feeling
relax,
nervous.
Right, thank you.
What would you change about your life if you could
Suicidal.
change something, one thing?
I changed society. I know a lot of people would expect me to say that I changed the fact that I was born
That's right. It's
male,
us that's the
but
problem.
I
That's
think
right.
the problem doesn't start with you as an individual. I think everyone has the right to be who they are. But I would change the way people look at
It
me.
says, it's never me, I'd change.
Is this just a gender non-conforming person? Is this like a legitimate femboy? Okay, no, it's about a trans person. Okay. Alright.
If we care about the children, how about constructing gender in a way that doesn't result in record depression, suicide, anxiety, isolation, and unhappiness, regardless of lopping off your tits? Today's question of the day, by the way, for those watching on YouTube and who've hit the notification bell, are you receiving notifications? We need to know. About half the people who've done so have been complaining that they haven't been receiving them. You guys have been getting these tweets, so please let us know, comment below. And today's rebuttal comes to us from the borderline child abusers and the 4 million subscribers teaching children the concept of gender at the YouTube channel Cut. Let's get to it.
What's like a stereotype of a boy?
Hey, dude, man! What's up? It's not the Minja. Ow! Damn, cool.
Myself, I identify as trans non-binary, so the surgery that I'm going to have, all of this is going to be gone. How do you feel about that?
That you're a psychopath? Perhaps, Mom? But she gives an answer, and I actually really do appreciate the earnest answer that follows.
Still, I still have mixed feelings
Still
about
mixed
that.
feelings. A little bit scary?
A lot scary.
Yeah.
What's scary about it?
Namely, lopping off your tits. Namely, that you're going to be, I mean, there are a lot.
Okay, non-binary is mentioned, so we're putting that there.
That's a big dog.
As a monster.
He identifies as a little dog.
Well, when he shits on aisle 5 and bites a little girl on aisle 6, you call me and we'll talk about which one's the problem.
Leave my restaurant or I'm calling the cops now.
We'll talk about which one's the problem when that happens, sir.
Call the cops and tell them that that dog took a shit in that bag. Come on, Hop. That's okay. I think that this Sprite should sashay on out with me.
Okay, what did we have for our criteria again? Anti-trans propaganda. So yeah, this is anti-trans propaganda. So this will go under transgenderism.
Human establishments at will. That's not Gay Jared, my producer. He spent all day walking around with that dog. Not one.
Yeah.
It's a G-rated drag show.
Coming out of the closet means when you tell everybody that you're gay. It's something that gay people have to do.
Desmond, you're one of the youngest and first drag queen/kids.
It's come to a world where drag kids actually exist.
And people do ketamine on a couch.
And they all go marching in the big parade.
Those that brand themselves as.
Can you be any more dramatic?
This raised some concerns online, especially in the conservative-minded Roanoke, closed-minded Cretans. So the owner took to Facebook in advance to assure everyone that the drag performances would be positively PG, John Hughes-esque.
All right. We want to look at the transcript. We're searching for trans. Nope. We're searching for gender. Nope. Binary. Alright, well, I guess that doesn't matter because we already decided that drag is transcoded. It's a cultural signifier. Yeah, that can be separating video games out into a different channel could be useful in the future. That's gonna be way later because I think it's fine for a growing channel to like try different things and kind of see what hits. Oh, is the poll still going? I haven't even looked at it. Oh, dang. Okay, we'll do video games after this section then. We'll finish out this this queue of tabs, and then we'll switch to a video game. Alright, so this... I'm gonna put that there. Yeah.
I guess they saw right past that newfound 5 o'clock shadow. Bigots. Oh well.
Okay, we saw this one yesterday. And...
from the super race.
I think we decided this was not non-binary.
Tranny. It's always given me problems with them. That's the last time I drive a Chevy.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Crowder.
Certainly, we don't try to keep people in the dark, but yeah, let's start with that then. Where do you think? I know you've criticized me in a few different areas in this program, and really more so people who line up with my worldview as a whole on the current transgender issue. Where do you think it is that we've gotten this wrong?
Well, I think the first part that I've criticized you a lot is you mentioned, you did a segment on, what was it, like Timmy the Bear, where you said something about how trans people post-surgery can't experience sexual pleasure.
Okay, well, they don't mention non-binary in the transcript, so it's going there.
Well, he's a black Muslim, keep in mind.
Yeah,
he's a
sure.
black Muslim.
Yeah.
And he thinks the LGBTQ is kind of weird. And let's be honest, a lot of us do. It doesn't mean that we hate anybody, but he thinks it's a little bit odd. That's his greatest crime here. He just made fun of people who chop off their cocks. You know, there's been so much outrage over this. I watched the special. I encourage everybody to watch the new special.
Yes. Yep. Legendary.
Sticks and Stones is a special.
Very good.
It's had the left in meltdown mode over the last week, in case you've missed it.
And if you at home watching this on Netflix, remember,
Chappelle talking about trans people is not Dave Chappelle at his finest. And
screen Ian Thomas Malone, transgender. Amanda Carey at The Advocate, transgender. ContraPoints, who's embarrassed, quote for Chappelle, transgender. That's the one who used to be a man.
Yeah.
I just want you to know, now a woman.
Yeah.
Now at transgenders. And lest you think I make this up, I hate that we have to do this.
Oh boy.
Clip from the Young Turks thing.
Okay. Got this one.
This is a bit.
Caitlyn Jenner. I'm pretty sure we already know Caitlyn Jenner is not non-binary. I would be very surprised to learn otherwise.
5 years old, you can't even swim without floaties, and you want to lop off your dick.
Yeah, no, that's.
I mean, the parents. I'm
probably
not
a bad
talking
idea.
to the 5-year-old kids because
No.
you can't even use these words.
Yep, I think we can assume this one is just about trans people in general.
I think this actually is creating more.
This one is about non-binary people. And I don't... We saw this one yesterday too, or 2 days ago, I guess, technically. I still am not sure if this is even a trans person, but I guess it's transcoded from a conservative perspective, so we're gonna put it there. Alright, so that's 20. We did it. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Nice. Good job, chat. Okay, I'm gonna share this in chat. This is a work in progress, so we're gonna be adding to this. If you want to contact me, just DM me on Twitter at Mostly Software, and if you have any like corrections or comments or anything to make, just let me know, or leave a comment below this video. I'm always open to like criticism or peer review or like critique or whatever, you know. Okay, so that's it for that. What video game should we play? Do I got my controller here? Yeah. Okay, let's play some Pinocchio Souls. That sounds like fun. I hope the controller's charged enough. Oh, maybe I'll change the stream title. Can I even change the stream title? How about now? I'm like still locked in. Switch to window mode for a second. Okay, we'll change the stream title real quick and then we'll jump into the game. Just because I don't want anyone to think that we're still doing politics. It's fine, nobody's streaming anyway, so no one's gonna raid. Okay, it's no big deal, we'll just play the game. What's going on here? Oh no, I broke it. Okay, there we go. Okay, what are we at? Because I've been playing on my Steam Deck and I'm not sure if it actually saved any of my progress. I didn't make any story progress. I was just kind of leveling up a little bit because I suck at video games. Okay, it didn't save anything, so we're starting over. That's okay. So I think we'll pump up our motivity first, and then we're gonna do capacity. Not doing so hot. Oh no! Oh crap. But we gotta get that back. Yeah, this is Liza P. Whoops. I wouldn't call him a femboy so much as a twink. Although there are mods for skirts. You can put him in a skirt if you want to. Actually, I shouldn't speak. There are other outfits. Maybe there's a skirt in the game. Woof. Yeah, we got the shortcut. Sweet catharsis. That was close. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, he's gonna follow me. Oh no. I thought I could just hide. Oh, that sucks. All my souls. All my Pinocchio souls. Got him. We got him. And he doesn't come back.
Why, hello! I didn't know anyone was alive out here. I know what you're thinking, but I'm not a burglar. I'm just crashing in an abandoned house for a while. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. We survivors need to look out for each other. For your information, I didn't steal this.
Anything we need? Legion magazine. Legion arm abilities. What's this? Coil stick. Ooh. What is this scale with? Motivity is C. This is more of an advanced weapon. We're not going to be doing advanced. We're going to be doing motivity. This is like a weapon buff. That's cool. Okay, we don't have a use for purchasing items right now. Nice. Yeah, let's go level up. Oh, jeez. Every time it switches scenes, it changes the monitor. I'll have to fix that. Look at that fuzzy-ass cat.
I'll use my power to help you.
Okay, we want motivity.
I'll use my power to...
Okay, so we'll get motivity up to 20, and then we'll start pumping capacity. We'll see how that works. Maybe we want, like, more motivity. I have to look up the level caps for the different stats. Yeah, we can't go down there.
something strange. Jeepers! Is that a butterfly? Why
Occasionally-
is the girl reacting like that? If you want to check it out, I can take point.
A dimensional butterfly will appear in parts of Krat. Monad's lamp can detect the butterfly lighting up red to point out its location. When the character is near the hiding butterfly, it will appear. After a certain amount of time, the butterfly will disappear into another dimension. Kill it to get useful materials. More Dark Souls stuff.
This must be your first time in the petrification disease quarantine zone. For most people, this is their last stop. You are a good Samaritan for coming all the way here. Kind one, may I ask you a favor? My family took my baby from me and sent me here. They said it was for my own good, but it was heartless just the same. A baby must be with its mother. Please go to Krat City Hall and bring me my baby. Thank you so much, kind one. I can finally see my sweet Elena's face again. Please hurry. Hard scales spreading across my eyes. Before I lose my sight, please.
She said the baby was at City Hall. Should we check it out? I hope everybody's safe.
Nice. Is that a good weapon, I wonder? Good scaling and motivity. Nope, I do not like the range. Am I fat rolling now? I don't think so. Nice. Whoops. Oh man. Well, I handled that poorly. At least I didn't have anything to lose. Where was I? I don't even know how I got there. It's down here, I guess. Whoa.
Who is it? Is that you, Murphy? Oh, I guess not. Sorry, I thought you were my friend, Murphy. Murphy is a super cool police officer. As a puppet, even the petrification disease can't get him. I wish I was like him. You should leave so you don't catch the disease from me.
Whoa. Oh, nice. That actually took care of him. What kind of throwables do we have? Alright, where are we going? What are we doing? Oh, neat. I'll be honest, this makes me really wish Bloodborne was on PC. Not that this game isn't cool.
Come out, Geppetto! You've got a lot to answer for! You know what caused the puppet frenzy, don't you? You're their maker, practically their father! You... What's your problem? I'm here for the old man. Get lost. Wait. I know you. Or more like, I know what you are. You're the devil's puppet. You can't sneak past me. Die! Are you a dream or a nightmare? Stop showing up already. I'll kill you both, then shoot you up on the bridge.
Oh, nice.
Cursed puppet! Back again! It's destroyed for sure.
Backstabs are really strong. That's wild. Yeah, definitely tomorrow. I can feel it in my bones. We'll definitely get Bloodborne tomorrow for PC.
Are you a dream or a nightmare? Stop showing up already. I'll kill you both, then string you up on the bridge. Are you a dream or a nightmare? Stop showing up already. I demanded the truth. Now I feel bad for my comrade.
Damn dirty donkey.
Finally, we meet, son.
It's a dream come true. Seeing you like this. I understand why some people despise me. I invented the puppets after all. I should take responsibility as their maker. But in order for me to do that, I need to take care of the puppets at City Hall. Won't you help me, son? Take this. You'll find it most useful.
Democrats, more like demon rats. Ha.
I want to hear all about your experiences, but now isn't a good time. Use the Stalker's key to open the bridge door. Then get rid of the frenzied puppets that have seized City Hall. We'll catch up at Hotel Krat when you're done.
Okay. Yeah, we can go level up.
So about that weapon assembly tool you were talking about. If you find any more weapons, let's try using them here.
Assemble weapons. Oh right, we can change out the blades from the handles. So how does that work? That's the scaling. It looks like this is just better than the baton, so I don't think we want to change it out.
I'll use my power to help you.
Oh wait. We wanna use our ergo.
I'll use my power to...
Alright. This game is cool. I like it so far. Where are all of our notes? Oh, here we go. We'll look at those later. We'll do like a reading hour.
Survivors here. What do we do? Just give her her that baby puppet?
What baby puppet? I feel like I missed something. Did I pick it up? Is there like a quest item? Wait. One with the Pinocchio hat? Oh, it's more of a winter hat. We'll keep it. Oh, we got summons. That means we're next to a boss area. There's gonna be a boss in there. We might want to level up. We might call it a night after we give the boss like a shot or two. Did it work? I guess we'll see. Fun. I did not expect to beat him. I guess it's kind of cheating with this summon. I don't care. Wait, what do we have for Ergo? Okay, yeah, we can level up.
You saved Geppetto. Wonderful. He is on the second floor. He can hardly wait to see you. I'll use my power to help you.
Okay, we'll do Vitality next. I think we're gonna call it a night. I hope you all have a good one.